People love to tell you you're screwing up. Mm-mm. Well, welcome back here once again for our Hurricane Idalia coverage that's going on. We got Idalia through the day today. We're going to be talking all about that, the ramifications of which, what will be happening with Idalia. Should it take the track that it is expected to take, the one we've been watching through the day today, and we still believe it is. Last night it made a little deviation to the western side of things, but then picked back up and now has sort of self-corrected again. It may move a little bit more as we go through time. It may end up being a little bit further to the east or to the west, but right now it looks like at landfall we could have 125-mile-per-hour winds. Gusts that'll be coming in here. That's 110 knots that could be coming with the storm. A formidable storm nonetheless, however you look at it. And what is somewhat unique about this storm is where it's coming in. It is not in an area here that is very used to having storms come in from this trajectory, from this fetch, from the south like this, having winds coming in from the south and moving up through the Appalachian Bay, which is a very shallow bay. If you know anything about it there into the area, you know that this Appalachian Bay region is super shallow. I say super shallow. It's 30, 40 feet at about 100 feet out from shore, so you have to go pretty far out to the side and down to find any wind speeds at all. And pretty much what we're looking at right there is the wind speeds. We got with me right now, it's Drew Richards. He's with us. Brett Adair is also out and about. He will be checking in with us here periodically through the day today. Over the last couple of days, we've been building an audience, been talking to you folks who are out there. I see a lot of new people here today in our chat. Hopefully you have some questions for us. Josh Burnham is there watching what's going on. He's going to be one of our moderators today. So say good things about Josh. No matter if you really feel like that, like you like him or not. Sometimes I like him. Sometimes, Well, I love his brother's comedy act. It's really, really good. Right now, we're looking at storm being at 11 a.m. Just to the west of Key West now is what we're looking at. And there's where the projected time frame takes this thing off to the north and to the east. The H is for hurricane. The M is for major hurricane. And that's what we're talking about. Wind speeds of up to 125. And already now we're beginning to see some of the banding features and the eye. This is the Key West radar right now showing you where the storm is just off to the west. We're looking at it here. That's almost, what was it, Drew, a few moments ago? It was like 175 away from Key West.
175. That's it. Yep.
And there is a notable lower side there. You can see the lower side of there's a new meso discussion that just came across as well. Look, we're doing this live on the air right now because we did just get a new meso discussion for heavy rainfall from WPC, and they're talking about South Georgia here. Some of the old outflow boundaries during the day yesterday have set up for really a reasonable scenario for some heavy flash flooding in some of these isolated areas because these thunderstorms are going to be stationary as they travel around the southern sections of south of Georgia. They're saying up to 5 inches of rain possible here in some of these regions. This is south central Georgia here, which covers Savannah down to the south and all the way back down to Duval County in north and eastern sections of Florida. So that's going to be right in along I-10. And just off to the south, this is a precursor, by the way, Drew. This is not actually with our storm. This is some of the boundaries that were left over from last night when we had some of that weather that was coming southward, out of the north and diving southward, leftover boundaries during the day that set this whole thing up right here. How are you, by the way, Drew? I know it's been a long couple of days.
Good afternoon, Dave. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm glad to be here again. And hopefully during the show, we're just really able to stress that time is running out for you guys there in the impact zone. Hoping you're rushing your hurricane completions or preparations, I should say. And hopefully you're getting out of Dodge if you're in those evacuation zones and evacuation areas. So, interesting what you're showing there, Dave, in Georgia. Even though that's a localized rainfall event, not, like you said, directly impacted by the hurricane, that's in the hurricane track. So, we have to wonder what that rainfall now will do when the major rainfall bands of the hurricane comes over. There you go, Wednesday afternoon and Wednesday evening. That just may kind of be priming the pump, if you will, for even worse flooding there in southeast Georgia.
Yeah, it's 11 a.m. Here's the track. Here's the current track that they are projecting, which starts out rather thin right there, which means they have a pretty good handle on where they think it's going. No further to the west, it looks like now Carabel Dog Island into that region, but does cover the western side of St. Mark's. But right now we're middle of the road again. We're back over there into the swampy areas, if you will. Or this is not sand, by the way. If you go up through here, Appalachia Bay is not sand filled. It is not your beautiful white sandy beaches there. It's God's country. That's where you go. You do some fishing, some trout fishing, some red fishing there. It's a wildlife management area in that region that goes all the way back and around and over to Tampa, St. Pete, which is down here to the south. We have hurricane warnings. That's in red that goes all the way down to Tampa and into Tampa Bay, which is concerning to us. We were talking to Jim Eads the other night. He lives back there into the Tampa region, and he was very concerned about that southerly fetch coming into Tampa Bay that would drive water northward. The actual fetch being out of the south, that would be a friction component that would bring water northward and into the bay. We'll look at that on Google Earth in just a few moments and show you what is susceptible. Then the move by 8 p.m. as a tropical storm into South Georgia, maybe hugging the coastline there on Thursday morning at 8 a.m. Still as a tropical storm before becoming a very bulbous area there, if you will. At the end, which means a stall. This means you're out there in a coal area and doesn't really recognize an upper-level wind at this point, a steering current, so we're stalled there a little bit west of Bermuda. It looks like we may even be looking at this by Sunday, and there were some computer models that were suggesting this thing made a turn back down to the south again and ended up somewhere over the Bahamas as we got into Tuesday, Wednesday of next week. It'd be a whole different ballgame at that point that we would be looking at, but nonetheless, very concerning to us. So right now, the point, the actual middle section of the point, is going to be right there in between St. Mark's. That's going to be the St. Mark's River, Wakulla River, where they come together there at the Spanish Fort, just south of Tallahassee, Florida. And then back on down to the south, it'd be near Steinhatchee. And the old steam plant right there is where we're really concerned about the eye of the hurricane coming in. But as you know, the dynamics and the physics of a storm says the right side of A cyclone like this is always the worst when it comes on shore because we have a true fetch down to the south. We got a lot of water out there that will be pushing northward, and the water has nowhere to go except up on shore and beyond. So it's going to be a rather concerning sort of a situation there that takes place in that region, and Tampa is not out of it. Now, you're a little bit, there were great concerns, and maybe we get Jim back on here in just a little bit because he knows all about some of the specifics of what happens in Tampa Bay when you get this sort of a system coming in. And in fact, if we have Drew, did you have did you have a WSV or something we could go to?
I can. Give you a
Something else
second
we
to
could go
throw that
to,
up.
because I will
Sure thing.
call up Google Earth here in just a couple of seconds. But once again, the latest now from the National Hurricane Center is telling us that the peak surge is going to be in those same areas there that we were talking about, too. 10 now to 15 feet from the Osceola River. 10, 15 foot. This is the storm surge. This is the wall of water that comes in addition to, and I don't know about high tides. We're going to figure that out in just a couple of seconds. I don't know if she can do it. Hold on here. Let's see. I don't even know her name. Alexa, what is high tide for Tampa Bay tomorrow?
According to saltwater.com, high tides in the Tampa Bay area peak between 3:10 a.m. and 6:57 a.m.
All right. Tomorrow morning, I think they have two tides. I think it's going to be two tides there, and not a king tide, but we do have, but because of the moon cycle, we've had a blue moon. Is that tonight? The blue moon tonight? I'm sorry, I don't know my astronomy tonight, but I know we got exceptionally high astronomical tides that you'll be building all this on. So as a result, now we're looking at some high tides here anyway. But 47 into the Tampa Bay area. I was talking to Jim the other day, who lives there, and he said 5 would be very, very concerning. And again, we'll look at Google Earth here to show you. People have built right there on the water in some cases. They probably only have 2 or 3 feet of relief when it comes to their homes. I'm sorry. I think everybody's Alexa went off when I did that. My apologies for that, but that was the only way I could figure to find it really fast. 10 to 15 feet is concerning, Drew. Now, on the other side, it's just the opposite. On the other side, oftentimes what you will find is that you got the lowest water level that you've maybe ever seen. Drew, I remember Hurricane Danny. Back in the 80s, I covered Hurricane Danny down in the panhandle of Florida. Mobile Bay had a north wind the entire time, and some of the lowest water in Mobile Bay anyone had ever seen. People who lived there 40, 50 years.
Exactly. Bingo. And Jarvis, if you've got where you can share the WSV3, I've got that pulled up. And David can get it on radar too. Yeah, you're right, David. On that left-hand side, with the tides, it's going to be interesting to see not only how much higher we get that surge coming in right of the storm, how much lower the water gets pulled out into the Gulf of Mexico there on the west side of the storm. So definitely very interesting to watch. There's a current tornado warning issue just around the time we went live a few minutes ago. That's for southwestern Collier County in southwestern Florida. And you can see that is one of those initial feeder bands, one a little bit to the north there near Sarasota, Port Charlotte, and Cape Coral, and then another much stronger feeder band coming in into southwestern Collier County. That is a radar indicated tornado warning that goes until 1:30 p.m. Eastern time. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado 9 miles south of the Cape Romano area, moving northwest at 25. So this is going to be one of those, what we hope to be short-lived tropical spin-up waterspout / tornadoes if it comes on shore. But again, there's the area impacted just near the Marco Island area. I was down there last year putting out some surge packs right there. And yeah, that's a possible tornado or waterspout coming onshore near the Marco Island area between now and about the bottom of the hour.
Yeah, let's see here. We got a little bit bigger print right here. We can show you. Tornado warning there. This is out of Miami, by the way, and it is Collier County, the largest county down there in southwestern. I mean, this is Gator County is what we call it because it's mostly gators. But a waterspout 9 miles to the south of Cape Romano. 15 miles to the south of Marco Island. It's moving to the northwest at 25 miles per hour, so we'll be looking at that. We actually have a camera there. One of our Earth cams is there at Marco Island in Naples, and we'll try to pull that up. Drew, I don't know if you can, well, we'll try to find that, but there's a great camera there that we watched during the hurricane. last year. Great to have you on. Mustang James is with us today. Monica Kelly is with us. G. Ferraro is with us today as well. Atlanta, Florida girl is with us. Atlantic, Florida girl, I'm not really sure what the rest of that. Grady's with us this afternoon, too. Blue moon on the 31st. Thank you so much. That's the second moon of the month. Second full moon of the month is always considered a blue moon. But there, look, that's your tornado warning, but I think what we're looking at here is some super fast-moving storms, for one thing. Let's see if we look at the velocity data. It's probably already a little bit further than that. These are going to be water spouts that are already taking place, and as I see it right now, there are quite a few water spouts that are probably out here just offshore, and they'll be coming onshore as we go through the day today. We're going to have numerous tornado warnings off and on through the afternoon into the southwestern part of the state. You're going to hear about Collier County in particular. You'll hear a little bit further north as we get up into Cape Coral and Punta Gorda that we'll probably have some more there, as well as what's coming into the Tampa-St. Pete region going through the rest of the afternoon today, too. Those are going to be some of those water spouts that will come on shore, and they're going to be parallel to the coast, actually. Some of them may actually be on land for quite some time. As soon as the water spout hits land, it is considered a tornado. Monica, thank you so much for the donation there. That's very kind of you. We're not asking for donations, but Drew got to eat, so we do appreciate that. Anyway, and he said, "There's one of those. That's the
Yeah, that's the Marco Island beach cam there.
A couple of seconds. We followed that one. And there's another one with a pier. I think it's on up there toward Naples. I think the one that's a little bit further north is pretty cool too. If they put that back up, I know it was washed away during the hurricane. Mr. Boo Boo's with us this afternoon. Thank you so much. He's in the house, and we've got Grady Evans. Grady's from Fayette and says, David, we miss you in Birmingham. That's very, very kind of you. Grady, did we know each other, or just from me being on one side of the TV and you being on the other? Strategy says hello to everyone. We got about 237 of you concurrent watching right now. We've had several thousand watching us over the past couple of days, so we really appreciate growing our viewership here. We've got Brett Adair, who is out and about. I don't know if we have any video. Drew, any video coming from his vehicle yet?
Nothing yet. I know he's been busy with interviews, he said this morning. So I think he's going to fire up his live dash cam later this afternoon, maybe mid-afternoon or so.
All right. Kathy LeBlanc is with us from Louisiana. Kathy, you're A-OK there as far as the weather goes. This is not going to be an effect on you. Actually, everybody who is west of landfall, which, again, we'll draw a line from Tallahassee south. We're going down to St. Mark's. If you've ever been down there, beautiful place. The lighthouse is down there. Big white lighthouse right on the very southern part of the St. Mark's River. It's a stunning place. Anywhere west of there, you're going to end up with a north wind, and that'll be a cooling wind. Some of that wind will be seen all the way across Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, North Georgia, and you get a reprieve from the 100-degree heat, and it's going to come all the way down to 90. No, it's going to come down maybe even further than that. Dew points are going to come down because we will get what we call a wedgie at that point. We're going to get some cool air advection that will come in on the east side of the Appalachians and drain southward, which is much lower dew points when it takes place like that. And sometimes it'll drain pretty far down to the south, especially when you have a forcing unit like a cyclone that's pushing it in that direction. The physics of the cyclone says we're going counterclockwise, so everything that's on the western side of the storm, meaning like you folks who are over there in Panama City and beyond, you got the same kind of thing. I think this is a marine warning that shows up here. This is going to be south of Panama City. At the moment, a special marine warning for you there already. This is from Apalachicola. This is just saying that we've got Okaloosa, Walton County Beach. Thunderstorms located along this line, Panama City Beach and westward toward Port St. Joe with 34 knots or greater indicated. And where are those thunderstorms? Let me show them to you. We're going to go to the radar here out of Eglin, and there's the thunderstorms. And look, there's a little bit of spin going on already in a few of these, as we were just talking about a few moments ago. Some of the spin right here. It's not, look, these are going to be very low down to the ground or to the water. So the radar beam, she doesn't move. The radar beam does not curve with the earth. The radar beam shoots a straight line. So it's going to go above many of these. That's why your radar count when it comes to tornadoes is not very efficient at all. In fact, we often hear about tornadoes really from sight or from, if it's nighttime, you find out about a tornado during a tropical system like this, more or less from seeing some of the power line flashes or that kind of thing. Not so much always the radar, because the radar beam does not go down. It'll travel above the top of these spins. There's a little bit out here, though, and the other giveaway is the lightning that's going on here as well. You can see there is lightning near and around this little spin right there, and I don't know for sure that that's a water spout, but nonetheless, we'll be watching it. Got a little spin developing down here, down to the south a little bit more as well. And then for us, yeah, we got a couple of, we do have some professional water spout analysts, scientists who are out and about. They'll be watching for us today. We got, see, already got a little bit of spin going on right here, just to the east of the radar. And so that would have to be watched as we go through the next little while, too. All of these places, this is down near Ebro, where the old dog track used to be. And then Freeport is right there as well. So that's the old radar site out there. I know a couple of people who worked out there, but south of Vernon, south and west of Caryville, Vernon, Crystal Lake area, and then over to Destin. We got a couple of more thunderstorms. I think I can look at the radar here out of Mobile and pick up this Pensacola storm. Anywhere I see a little cluster of lightning, I get a little bit concerned about development or the genesis of a vortex, or in this case, it's going to be a water spout probably out there, and there's a little bitty reflection right in there. So these are just places that'll be watched. They're not going to issue tornado warnings or water spout warnings for everything. They'll just never be able to do that during the day today, because they won't be able to keep up with it with everything else that's going on. And that's really that's along the boundary that was left over there, the little frontal boundary that came in from the north and is stalled out into the Gulf of Mexico. But it is the reason for the southwesterlies that'll be pushing our storm, turning it to the right and pushing it northward. Now, a new marine warning, I'm sure, again, this is for water spouts coming in for Key West. This is going to be Cujo Key, Key West, right there from over there to Marathon. It's Highway 1 that goes here. If you've never made that trip, what a stunning trip. All the way down to the National Weather Service in Key West. Tell them we said hey down there. They have a new National Weather Service office in Key West, Florida that is amazing. They've built it to withstand a big-time hurricane there, but this is going to be, again, for the possibility of 50 mile per hour wind, or 50 knots, so we're looking at 56 miles per hour here. Big Pine Shoal and a severe thunderstorm. Yep. Did you just interrupt me in full flow? Okay. Yeah. Confirmed how? Oh. Collier County, it still says capable. I don't see anything saying there's a confirmation unless it was a visible confirmation there. But the wording so far is that this is a radar indicated, which means they're just looking at the actual velocity data off and on. Let me see what I got here.
Yeah, Jarvis, I see that. I've got my polygon is flashing like it is a confirmed tornado warning, but the text still says radar indicated. So I'll work on trying to get some reports on that, see if we had something spotted or otherwise, or maybe that may be an error in the text itself.
Water spouts. Okay. So that's going to be Marco. We'll watch this Marco camera. Can you throw it up? The camera there, the set of our EarthCam, sort of all the cameras that we have permission to use these from EarthCam. And you can see that they're down the palm trees down there. You can see they're blowing pretty hard. And actually, the distance, the beach is a really wide beach from the water, the beginning of the water back up into the trees. So the beach is way down there, but you can't see your hand in front of your face. So it's a very heavy thunderstorm that's occurring there right now at the moment that's causing all this to take place. Again, the radar is AMX out of Miami, so we're a good ways off. It's not going to show you a really good look at any velocity data because we're too far away from the actual radar site for that to happen. But nonetheless, certainly we'll be looking at that and some of the higher winds that we're looking at there too. Let me just show you where the radar site is, and we'll pull that out and move that back over from here to here. So the radar beam is about 6,000 feet. What's going to be happening here is you're going to have 1,000-foot tops on all these things coming in off of the beach. So it's going to be really difficult to see those, boo-boo. And so that's pretty much what we're looking at there. Robert Bardwell is with us as well. Let's see. G. Ferraro is with us here today. Two Hood, Two Street. I really don't know, but should she leave? I think I'm missing out on something. Monica Kelly is with us here as well. We've got a couple of folks who are watching our chat over there, so we're going to make sure that we keep you abreast of what's happening in chat. We'll try to answer your questions here. Look, here's what we're going to do. We're going to do this. Obviously, we can't just come on right now and stay on for the entirety of this event, but we're going to come on and start doing top of the hour for sure. And as we get a little bit further on down the road, we get our cameras in place. We get Brett Adair, who is out and about, and we'll start picking up Brett's camera as well as some of the others. And we do have several people who are down there that we'll be adding to our video elements as we go through, so that you're not just having to look, stare at Drew for the entirety of this. We'll try to figure out something here to where we have more video for you, and like I said, our plethora of Earth cams. And if you're down there and you've got a picture or something you want to send us, if you're down there in South Florida, we'd appreciate that too if you could do it safely. That would be another thing that we'll be watching for through the day today. So severe thunderstorm warnings and a bit of tornado warning there for Marco Island. That lasts for 1 more minute. These will be short-lived. You'll see a lot of these go for only 5 or 10 minutes in many cases, because we'll be moving northward at about 50 miles per hour. I don't know what they actually said the movement on this one was, but I'm sure it was going to be way up there. What did they say, 25? Well, I lied. But they'll pick up in speed as we go through the day today. The gradient's going to get higher, and so this is the beginning. This is the initialization of what is going to happen with this hurricane as it comes northward, a very life-threatening situation. Drew, we kind of looked at this. We've had a little fun over the past couple of days sort of getting prepped for what was going to go on here. We've been watching all this stuff. We have a severe thunderstorm. I think this is a marine warning again. That's going to probably be a spout somewhere offshore there, and that's where our buddy Chris would be. Gusts to 34 knots or greater near St. Simon's Island. That's going to be moving northeast at about 10 miles per hour. Any one of these, though, could produce a sudden water spout that, if it moves on shore, could be more than that. So that's going to be out of the radar here at Jacksonville, excuse me.
Yeah, bingo. It's going to be interesting to see how this thing, develops the rest of this afternoon. Still don't really have a clear defined eye. So, if there's any good news to report this afternoon, we're not staring down the eye of a already major hurricane, but that's not to say that it's not going to strengthen. It is expected to strengthen into, again, a Cat 3 major. I was pretty worried, Dave, when we were on a couple nights ago at the explosive potential here, already where the storm is. And while it is strengthening, while it's very, very serious, I was worried that we were going to wake up this morning to possibly already a Cat 2, Cat 3 west of Key West. So again, looking at the good, looking at the bad, happy. There you go. He's got our predictions from last night. I'm happy that this storm is performing just like the National Hurricane Center forecasted it. So again, very good job. Bravo to those guys and gals there at the NHC. Best of the best at what they do.
So if you look at the satellite image here, pull up my iPad one more time here, Jarvis. And if you look at the satellite image, what you're looking for is symmetry. When we start talking about a storm and it's what is mature about the storm, or at least what is negative about it. And as you look at it right now, and by negative, I mean a good negative. I mean, we would like to see just a big wrench thrown into this and it go away, but that's not going to be the case. But as you look at it right now, we're looking at 25 north, and I think that's going to be right there, 25 north, just a little bit north of 25 north. And you can see the spin, the rotation, really a crosshairs is right there. So what you look for when it comes to the strength of the storm is whether or not you have symmetry on both sides or all four quads. Each one of them looks just to the reciprocal of the other. So if you look at it like this, you can see one giant feeder band over here on the right-hand side, but there is some dry air in between it. So that is an inhibitor. Anytime you can see on through the cloud deck and you can see down to the ocean floor, that is an inhibitor. That means dry air is coming into it, which is not substantial for growth of a tropical system like this. And on the southwestern side, there's a little bit of that. You can see the outflow is taking place, though, and then the inflow here as well. So we have what we call an anticyclone aloft, a high pressure that is sitting aloft of this system, which is conducive. That is part of the engine that says, all right, we're pulling in this latent heat from the ocean, the Gulf of Mexico. We're pulling in these water temperatures that are really warm. It is a warm core at this point. The difference in a low pressure, a mid-latitude low pressure that you see normally in the winter, or we've seen them this fall, is that one is built out of a temperature change. The low pressures that we have later on in the year and the cold fronts, they will be derived from temperature changes that cause fronts to occur along the system, and they'll derive their energy from that. Right now, the sole energy to this deal is coming from the heat, the latent heat that comes out of the Gulf of Mexico, and you need that heat to be pretty deep. In this case, 100, 125 feet. If you've got temperatures above the 80-degree mark, wow, it's an engine. It's a stick of dynamite about ready to go off. The thing that we don't know, that me, Heath, and everybody else has been talking about, is because these water temperatures are so super warm, we don't really know how super fast everything's going to develop here, Drew. I mean, this is unprecedented in my lifetime as a meteorologist. I don't remember having this sort of a thing go on to where I was like, I wonder if the computer modeling knows exactly what's happening here with these water temperatures, if the computer modeling knows they're this warm, if it knows that it's this deep, because, again, below the surface of the water, everything's perfect there, too.
Exactly. And if you remember, Dave, back to last year and Ian, we all went to bed the night before. I think it was a Cat 2 at that time, and woke up the next morning, and it's a strong Cat 4 approaching Cat 5 status just before landfall. So very, very good points there. Even though we're talking about the storm so far performing like it has been forecasted to do, we don't know what's going to happen, between now and we're less than 24 hours away from landfall. So hopefully we keep this only a Cat 3, at landfall as is forecasted. But like Dave said, the water temps, I can remember a few years to where water temps are warmer than normal, and, a little bit of discussion about, well, do the models know? But we're in record territory. We've been in record warmth territory for months now, Dave, if I'm remembering correctly on that.
Yeah, and the thing about it is, the thing that was so, 100 degree at the surface for 6 inches is not unheard of. But when people are saying, people who dive, scuba divers are saying, hey, I had 80 degrees all the way down to 100 feet. Or, there was a report of 106 degrees down in the Keys at 3 meters. So at 10 feet, we still had, 106 degrees. Well, that's a tremendous amount of energy. That's how this all works out. The fluid dynamics says, all right, you can take that and turn it into actual energy. It goes from potential energy to true energy that you can use immediately, and the storm does. So it takes it in down to the bottom. It runs it through the middle of the storm. It uses it. All these feeder bands are using it and bringing more in at the time. And then you have to have that anti-cyclone, the high pressure, the H at the top, to exhaust it out. Just like an engine, it has to have somewhere to go after it's used all that stuff so it can continue the cycle. And in fact, there's a huge correlation to how much of an anticyclone you have aloft. The faster you get rid of it, the quicker you can pick it up again, bring it back into the storm. So all the dynamics that go into the computer modeling that we talk about so many times, they are that was funny. They are, used when it comes to this sort of thing. And some of the outer banding, again, you can see on the satellite imagery here, some of the outer banding that we're looking at has already moved onshore into South Florida. And you can now make a case that some of this stuff, some of these thunderstorms to the north that are up here into the Panhandle, up into Destin for Walton Beach, some of those are now related to the cold front that went in there and just stopped, stationary front that moved through there last night. And so now it's interacting with what we would say with some of the outer banding that was going on there, too. If you want to know what's happening at your house, you want to know the forecast for your house, Doesn't everybody? Well, we're trying to get to that. And if you'll ask us specifically, we're going to stay on here a little while longer, probably up until the 1 o'clock hour live. And then we'll be coming back through the day today to give you some more, especially when we get some stuff going. Florida girl, she needs a beer, so we'll see you when you get back. If you get back, and let's see, let it burn and rebuild. I'm just gonna say that that's a song. I believe that is a song from somebody. Michael Beard joins us now, and Michael needs a hug. I don't know if anybody's near Michael, but please give him a hug. Just give him one of those where he's. Make sure you hug him from a distance. One of those friendly hugs, because
air hugs, right?
He can get the wrong idea. I've seen it before. Lizzie says, "Hey, we'll see y'all later," which means Lizzie's gone. Kyle is with us. Curl West near Dothan, Kyle. Not coming to Dothan. You might get some of the rainfall. I know Dothan down there in that area in southeast Alabama, the wiregrass of southeastern Alabama. You need rainfall. And maybe we can get some of that because we already have some thunderstorms trying to build up along I-10. We call those the I-10 thunderstorms. Maybe we can get some of those to come up. Buoy, for W4. All the cows are laying down or are the cows laying down at the farm? That is a specific question because when I was on television many years ago in Chattanooga, Tennessee, and Birmingham, Alabama, I used to use cattle to help me out with the forecasting. My grandmother used to tell me that when the cows were laying down, it was going to rain. And there is some truth to that. So I see it. So there's some truth to that because they can smell the nitrogen that comes into the air sometimes just before. So tell Brett to stop slacking. Do you think he would listen to anything that I told him? Probably right now. Brett's at Buc-ee's trying to get some of that $30 beef jerky again that he wasn't able.
And brisket.
And brisket, yeah. I didn't know that. I didn't know they had brisket.
Oh, they do.
Listening, chicken is in my back room, says Lacey Jean. She's got a chicken in her back room. Well, that's kind of funny. So do I. Great. Robert Schroeder is with us. I didn't get my scallops yet. Dang it. Get those because you're going to need those. Totally calm in Fort Myers, Florida, but it won't be that way for very long in Fort Myers. You'll start to see a little bit more wind as we go through the day today. So that'll be something that we'll look at there too. And for the Miami area, close to home, Miami, there'll be a couple of feeder bands come through there later in the day today that will be thunderstorms, but you're already at a latitude now that is, you're at 26.5, and our storm's getting close to being 26.5. And once it's gone past your latitude, it ain't coming back. So it's already, pretty much of a lock that this is not going to hit you, but that some of the outer feeder bands can, and we're already talking about a couple of tornado warnings in some of those situations. So we know it might be a long day today just with the tornado warnings that we're kind of looking at. So it's pretty much on that way. It's kind of like that. And I just had a friend of mine say that her brisket's much better than Buc-ee's, but she's never invited me for brisket. But anyway, that's where we stand here at the moment. Anybody heard anything from Brett? Is he okay? What's going on with nobody? Okay. So we'll try to find Brett in just a little bit. What else do we have here right now as we look at the radar? We've got more thunderstorms trying to build across the Panhandle. These are going across I-10. Some of this is, we're up to 1240 now. A little bit of a sea breeze kind of a thing going on here as well. But the frontal boundary that was left there yesterday is still there, and that's the reason for what's really happening here in the Panama City, Santa Rosa Beach, throughout that area. I know we have some cameras there, by the way, and we'll Drew, I don't know if we can pull up your computer, but a bunch of cameras we're not using here at the moment. We got Destin, we got the Whale's Tail right there. I'd love to see what's happening there because I do know that we have some thunderstorms that have popped up. Freeport, we got thunderstorms there as well coming in. 231, 331 coming southward or going over to Tallahassee there. Highway 27 coming out of Blountstown. Bainbridge over to my favorite place in the world, which is Attapulgis in South Georgia. Love it there. There used to be a gas station there. There's a Phillips 66 gas station that sold everything I guess it was everything but brisket, and it was all legal. You cross the line there into Florida. Havana to Quincy, over to Midway, into the Greensboro area, or Tallahassee South, or down to Woodville, Crawfordville, and then St. Marks, Florida. Now, I love St. Marks. I used to go here. I used to go right here at the tip of St. Marks. This is the Color River to the left. It is the St. Marks River to the right, and this is a Spanish fort down here at the bottom. And I used to stand there and fish, redfish. I'd catch redfish and trout, that kind of thing, coming in on the St. Marks River because this is a tidal river. You got the tide coming in from the south, and there's I'll show you the St. Marks lighthouse in just a few moments because we really do have to look at some of the topography there to see what's going to happen should this storm take a little bit more of a turn in a different direction. A couple little cells that have popped up here as well coming into Perry, Florida. This is the Osceola River. This little jagged line is the Osceola River right there, and that's basically where our northerlymost part of our surge up to 15 feet is projected to start, which would mean Perry to Salem back over to Steinhatchee is not a good place. And the other part of this is that Steinhatchee to Horseshoe Beach and then Swanee. This red, that's not red, that's white. The white jagged line is the Swanee River. And the Swanee River is, it's too big for you to get across it anywhere. So if you're in Horseshoe Beach, there are going to be a lot of amateurs that are out there chasing this stuff. I've already seen. But Horseshoe Beach is there. The only way to get from Horseshoe Beach to Cedar Key is to go all the way up here past Chiefland to Fanning Springs and cross the bridge right there. And then you can go southward. It is a 2-hour drive. I've done it from Cedar Key back over here to Horseshoe Beach, which if you're depending on a house at one or the other places and you got a 2-hour drive and you got a bunch of people who don't know the area very well, that's going to be a little bit concerning, Drew, to a lot of people down there. So I know even Brett is concerned about that today. Brett and the rest of our guys from Live Storms Media who are out and about and shooting video today, they're pretty concerned about what is going to be happening in those areas there, too. So that's what we have here at the moment. This is, are you going to show the Navarre camera?
Yeah, the Navarre is offline, actually. And the only other Earth cam up there is in Panama City Beach. But I can't get the Navarre one to load that we've used before.
Go to YouTube and pull up. I have permission to use that Enco camera there at the Whale's Tail. You can use that for just a second. That's going to be the beach there in
awesome.
In
okay.
Destin. And the surface is probably pretty high there, although it's going to be an easterly wind at the moment. They're into Destin. It should be an east wind that is coming in. If you're familiar with Destin at all, you know they got the huge little sandbar that's there just inside of the Destin Bridge on Highway 98. It's called Crab Island, and
there you go, Dave. Is that the one you're talking about?
We'll be seeing a little bit more. This is the one that looks in toward Choctawhatchee Bay. That's the Destin Bridge you see off there in the distance, but you're looking from the ocean. Pull the one up that says Whale's Tail camera. It should be on YouTube as well. Destin Whale's Tail. And it should be pretty good. Hey, and there's my favorite one. You got to pull up the southernmost point in the continental United States. I saw it go by just a moment ago. That's the one we need because that's going to be our Key West, Florida. And I saw it pass by. Yes, that's it. Now, this one, we're going to be on this one for a while during the day today because there's some really unintelligent people there. And we're going to be watching what they're doing. And I'll call authorities if I see anybody bring their children in there anymore because it is not smart or advisable to do so. But this is the southernmost point in the continental United States. We'll get through the commercial there for just a second and then show you that southernmost point. I may have to pull it up on my computer because I do have premium that'll allow that. More people joining us here as we go along. Monica Kelly is with us. Lizzie's with us. Josh Burnham is still with us here. He's going to take and guess who's here. Lindy's here with us as well. Lady Legs in the Shenandoah Valley is with us, and here's what it looks like. I think we can pull this up here in just a couple of seconds. It's going to be Key West, Florida, as it is coming ashore. Yesterday, it was fairly flat, and this is what it looks like today. Now, that buoy there is a very substantial buoy. It's not a regular buoy. It is a concrete buoy that's sitting there, and it says 90 miles to Cuba on the side of the buoy there. And a lot of people love to go over there and take a picture. The thing that concerns me is don't do it. Don't take your kids over there. I've seen the water come crashing over there. See where those people are standing there, right there, taking pictures? That's all right. But I've seen people take their kids around there to the buoy, actually. And last year, I saw somebody grab a child by the collar just before they went over that edge there. It is not advisable to do that at all. Please be extra careful. I know they can't hear me. Wouldn't it be cool, though, if they could? And I could go, no, stop, get back, or something. We could send Brett down there, yeah. If you're watching, this happened last time. Somebody was watching there at a bar in Key West and went down there, and we did a little bit of that back and forth. But this is, see, now we're getting a crowd. We advertised it, so we're getting a crowd of people coming in there. I always know my Alabama people when they come in there because they're wearing trash bags. Instead of, you grab what you can. So they often will just put on a trash bag to keep the rain off of them. But once again, and Jarvis, did you not see this thing going down the road one time? Was that not you that sent me a picture of the actual buoy on the back of a truck? Yeah, somebody. Yeah, they were going to repaint it or something. I don't remember if we looked in there and that was gone, or maybe if there's a second one and we're being fooled. There could be another one somewhere, and it's like another second, another closest to Cuba, and we're just it's Balderdash, whatever. The Weakest Link is with us. Hey, whatever works. Travel Jet Setter is with us here as well. And Monica Kelly, Jeannie Keese is with us, laughing at trash bags. Yeah, you're from Alabama if you're wearing a trash bag down here at this thing, or if you see somebody skiing with jeans on, pretty sure they're from Alabama. Anytime you ski with a pair of jeans on, and which I've done several to me times before. Robert Schroeder is with us. See? Robert says he's borrowed trash bags before. And Derek Luna is with us, watching from Lake Weir. Where's Lake Weir? I know Lake Weir. Where's Lake Weir? Lake Weir. Skiing wearing jeans. Ha ha ha. It's true. Some of those people down there are Floridian, but some of them are certainly not. Buy these guys a cup of coffee if you can. Thank you for. Oh, talking. Okay, that was for me. Andrew.
And
again,
thank you, Monica. Appreciate that super chat as well.
Thank you. Yeah, that was super nice of you there. Again, lady, don't walk down there. Don't do it. There is video
Lake Weir,
evidence.
Florida. There we go. That is northwest of Orlando.
What is? Oh, Weir?
Lake Weir, Florida, near the village.
Yeah,
Yep.
So I remember there was a hurricane that went through Orlando a couple of years ago, and Lake Weir went up really, really fast. I had some people who were there. Yeah, there was a lot of water there in Lake Weir. What hurricane was that? It came up really quick and went across Orlando, dumped 20-something, 21 inches, no, 19 inches of rain in Orlando during a hurricane. I get them all confused at this point, but...
I know what you're talking about. Just a few years ago, was it not?
Yeah,
a couple
it wasn't
years,
that
2,
long
3
ago.
Yeah,
it wasn't that long ago. For me, I'm like in Dave years, we call it.
Orlando got a lot of rain last year in Ian, but that's not the one you're talking about.
No, this one was another one, and they had a couple of tornado warnings, but they didn't actually have it. Now they got water spouts now off of Port St. Joe being reported here. Let me see if I can see one. We'll go to the velocity data here and look real quick. There's a little bit of turn here, a little inbound, outbound, but I don't see anything that really scares me at this point. This is Apalachicola, Florida here. St. George Island just off to the south, but Apalachicola, one of the things that is very likely to happen here, folks, and I went through a couple of hurricanes here back into the 80s, into the early 80s, Hurricane Kate and Elena, while I was living in Tallahassee. And one of the things this can do, this sort of scenario, it can cause ill effects to the oyster industry there. And I know we went after those two hurricanes. We went a while without having oysters, like several 6 months or so without having oysters. I don't know if that's going to be the case. I hope not, because it's a huge oyster industry down there. Scallops. We used to have a scallop rake, and you could go in through here and rake them up. And again, I talked about this yesterday. One of the things about all this that is going to be really something to watch is that this is called Appalachia Bay. And this is the area here where if the center of the hurricane, I'll just draw a circle here and we'll say if this is the eye of the hurricane and this is the bay, this is the eye of the hurricane, winds go counterclockwise. So the winds would be coming in like this. The thing about it is the water depth out here, Cedar Key back over to Apalachicola, the water depth here is going to be about 70 feet in some cases. But then as you go further inland, rapidly it gets shallower and shallower because of the fact that you cannot transport sand. Once you get sand in there, there's no way to transport it back out again. When these storms come in and you deposit sand up in here, it's there to stay. There's a process called longshore transport of sand that has to take place. And that's why your beaches sometimes have these little, if you look at them from above, your beaches will have these little wave-like actions in them, and they'll leave a sandbar, maybe two sandbars around. Well, in this case, the sand gets stuck up in here, so it becomes shallower and shallower. And in some cases, I mean, like right in here, you're 5-6 miles away from the coast, and you're in 10 foot of water. It is amazing at how shallow it is right in here. So that is another concern, is because I don't remember. I know it's happened because I only remember a short part of the last 30 years really. In my late in dog years, I'm later 50s. But so you're looking at here a scenario that really hasn't taken place in a long time, is that we're pushing water inland. And there was a case when I was at Tallahassee. I was in meteorology school there in Tallahassee, and we had two case studies, and one was, what if a hurricane ever went to the left of New Orleans, Louisiana? That was one of our case studies, and that happened. This is the whale's tail, and you can actually see they still have the chairs out. That's a little odd to me, because they may not last very long. The water is up just a little bit from normal, but the first sandbar, you can see it out there just a little bit. Listen, I was down there a couple of months ago, and just off to the right, a bear swam up to the beach. People started scattering and running. Some did, and others went over to try to pet the bear, which, again, I don't understand. I don't understand some people. They sell alcohol on the beach. But anyway, there was a bear that came on shore just like a mile from this place right here. And so you can see where the water color changes out there. That's knee deep. Waist deep, maybe right at the edge of that right there. And this is a point where sand dollars, you'll see the big sand dollars will come in after this thing takes place here. But that's looking straight out toward Cuba, if you could just travel in that entire direction. But what we're looking at here too, and I haven't finished, I've got about 7 stories going. I haven't finished one. But what concerns us here, Drew, that we were talking about is what we call a fetch. And what it looks like at this point is that the fetch, as it comes onshore from south to north, if the wind blows like this for very long, how far can the water go toward Tallahassee? When I was in meteorology school, also a big oceanography school there too, and there was a lot of conjecture. How far can the water go up through here? So it can go a long way. Now you get over here toward Carabel, Sopchoppy and Panacea. Charles Kuralt loved Sopchoppy. He did one of his On the Road with Charles Kuralt there at Sopchoppy and Carabel, and he said Sopchoppy was one of his favorite towns there. St. Mark's over to Crawfordville, they're very, very low. And so there's great concern there about what happens. Does the water get to Tallahassee if everything was just perfect? As Jim Belushi would say, at this point, we don't know. And
Dave, Jarvis, if you can take the I've got the loaded up. I'm going to say something before we show this. I think this is too far west.
Yeah, don't,
But
because you went with that
what you're
last night and it was pointing toward
well, look,
Apalachicola.
exactly. But hey, what you're talking about, Dave, this would probably be a worst case scenario for Tallahassee when we were about to show this, because this run, I think it initialized a little bit too far west. It's already got it a little bit, I say a little bit, 25 miles or so, but it's taking it up a little bit west of the National Hurricane Center cone, making landfall. And Jarvis, can you see? Do you still have my source? Maybe he lost that.
I could pull it up.
I think we might have lost Jarvis here for a minute. Yeah, if you can pull the I think this, there we go. That's I believe the 12Z. Yeah, that's your 12Z and look how far west it is again from the National Hurricane Center track. So what you're talking about, all that water's piling up over here on the east side of the eye, right towards Tallahassee. So we hope that does not come to pass, because that would probably test your theory.
Well, here's the thing about the that really my gut makes me lose confidence in it totally, is because it ends up there as an open wave. It almost looks like it has a bear clinic zone. I mean, if we're going to do that, then we're going to destroy the hurricane before landfall, because the next right about there, you can see it opens
there you
up.
Go.
And now we got dry air coming into the south-handed side, and now you've just got what looks like a Kamalo coming on right there. I mean, that's the death of a hurricane.
That's a open, that's definitely not a closed-off eye wall. So, yeah, that would be bad news because it's further west, but I think good news that we don't have a rapidly strengthening, major hurricane all the way up to landfall. So we'll have to see how that plays out.
Yeah, I think that would just my gut says don't, I probably really don't go with that at all. I mean, that's completely out of their window. In fact, that's completely out of the window of opportunity. And I don't think it lies within. Does it even show up in any of the spaghetti plots as being the western outlier? Because I really didn't
stand by. Let me turn.
The western outlier wasn't even within that.
All your spaghetti plots are within NHC. So
yeah. I mean, I'm glad you pointed out. We're just not going to go with it very much.
Exactly.
But I'm glad you pointed out, because if something weird should happen, and I'm again, you're never sold about one thing. It's the only thing that can happen. You're never sold about that when it comes to the weather. That's kind of why I love it so much, is because there's so many variables that go on. It's like playing Sudoku a little bit. You're putting all these points together. But the one thing that we do know is this very beginning point right there where the hurricane is, the hurricane symbol is. Actually, that's not a hurricane symbol. That's a tropical storm symbol. But where where it would start is if that's off 5 miles to the west or the east, for every 5 miles it's off at the beginning, it's off exponentially toward the end. So at this point, where it initializes is very, very important. And is the black dot down there at the bottom? Is that the 10 o'clock advisory?
Yes.
All right.
And we're about to get the new Hurricane Center advisory in a few minutes, the intermediate advisory. So we'll see if we can't pull that on your iPad source when we get that new.
Yeah.
Perfect.
I'll keep hitting the button. And by the way, Franklin is still out there, but it is not a player in the forecast at all. Franklin is not a player. It's a unbelievable storm, though. It has looked crazy during the day today. It's got sustained winds at 125, gusting to 135. It's moving northeast at about 12 miles per hour. Franklin is 31 north, 70.2 to the west. That's 36A advisory, the intermediate advisory. And this is what is really, we call this a fish storm, but it's a shipping lanes storm that is very concerning to ships out in the area, and it looks to maintain hurricane. It'll open up. It will open up as a subtropical sort of a situation with a low pressure and a baroclinic front coming out of the bottom of it eventually. So we'll certainly be watching that. But that's Franklin, and then again the latest coming in from Idalia. I was talking about this morning. I know it's Idalia, but we've got Idalia. And Idalia is out and about, and he's going to be reporting for us as we go through the day today. We'll get his video coming up in just a few moments. He has a couple of other things that he's doing. There's the 2 p.m. advisory just coming out here. So the intermediate advisory has us up to 90 mile per hour sustained winds here at the moment, right at that point. So it is just above 25 degrees now, and just to the east, it looks like it's going to be 25 and about 85. Almost 85, 25. Actually, it's 25, 2, and 85. Oh my God, I used to sit here and just wait because I used to have a tracking chart, but kind of looks like that's going to be the case. So then we look major hurricane, 8 a.m. on Wednesday morning, just offshore. That's even further down to the east, just a little bit. Now we're talking about very near Steenhatchee. So this is east now of St. Mark's. This could even be the closer you are to the eye of this hurricane. Now, on the western side, the more of a northerly wind you're going to get. It'll be an east wind to begin with, but then it'll end up being a northerly wind. So everything on the western side of where this thing comes on shore is a northerly wind, and that is not a damaging wind other than the fact you may end up getting tornado warnings out of it, and the damage would be coming from shore. Now, on the backside of this, I fully expect there to be winds of 100 miles per hour, especially if we're at 125 when we come on shore, because it just can't help it. Momentum's going to wrap around this thing. They'll bring those back into the area there pretty quickly. So certainly we'll be watching that. And then by 8 p.m., this is going to be an all-daylight event during the day on Wednesday, from 8 a.m. in the morning until 8 p.m. before going offshore again, or hugging the shore, actually. So at 8 a.m. on Thursday, we still got a tropical storm hugging the beach there into South Carolina, and then going offshore again on Thursday and Friday, it looks like, before the little bulbous area there at the very end says, we lost our steering current. This is going to bubble around there and sit there just to the west of Bermuda for a while at that point. 25.2, 84.9. Sustained winds are at 90 miles per hour. Now, movement has picked up north at 15. If there's a good thing about this, too, is that now we have an established forward motion, and it's a pretty fast motion. It's a quick-moving sort of a situation there. And the discussion, that's from 11 a.m., but the new forecast advisory, that's from 15Z. The public advisory says we got a storm surge warning in effect for Indian Pass over to Tampa Bay. We're going to get Jim in here in just a little bit. By the way, tonight at 8 o'clock, we've got Jim Stefkovich, who is the MIC for the Southern region. For many, many years, he was the MIC in Birmingham, but he was also with the Southern region. He is now the state meteorologist and the EMA meteorologist for the state of Alabama. We're going to have him on to talk a little bit about several things. Jim is a wealth of knowledge, so we'll be talking to him tonight during our show, our regular show at 8 p.m. tonight, along with Josh Claypo, who is a clinical psychologist. And this is not just my regular meeting, Drew. He is going to come on, and he is going to talk about the psychological side of this, and the conversation that they're going to have. I cannot wait to have the two of them on at the same time, because so much of what is happening today when it comes to the social media side of meteorology is somewhat unbelievable. I actually had not a tiff, but I had an argument with somebody this morning who posted something this morning that was supposed to be, according to them, funny. And today, nothing posted is funny. Today's a serious day that we need to make sure we're getting out facts. And so Josh is he's a disaster specialist. He's covered for CNN, NBC, ABC. He's the guy that comes on television, Weather Channel. He comes on television after the fact and talks a lot about how to deal with disaster. And we don't know that we got a disaster here. I mean, it looks like the makings of a disaster for some areas. Does the population being so low, is that going to help us out with the lives being affected here? You're going to have some people stay and have a hurricane party. You are. It's that part of North Florida. Yep, you're going to have that take place. So I know that's going to be the case. We did just get a new risk, by the way. This is a slight risk now that runs the length of really from Appalachia Bay down to the south. It's going to be a tornado day today. They only went with a slight risk, but there are going to be quite a few tornado warnings, I think, up and down the line from Fort Myers all the way up the western side of Florida, including Chiefland. Brett has a sister who lives in Chiefland there, Brooksville, Leesburg, but includes Tampa, all those areas through the interior over to I-75, Lake City to Gainesville and Ocala. You're also included there in the slight risk, which is a tornado side of this. And then tomorrow, the risk goes even further to the north and east. It runs all the way up into the Outer Banks of the Carolinas to Morehead City and Cape Hatteras. That's a slight risk for severe thunderstorms, which moreover is just a tornado threat. It's not, I mean, we're not looking for hail or anything like that, but about along and about 150 miles inland is the risk for tornadoes, which also includes Orlando and the Orlando area on Wednesday. Orlando, Disney, I know a lot of people who are down there. Is one of the big first football games of the season starts out this weekend, coming up in Orlando, Florida. The Florida State Seminoles against the Louisiana State Tigers. They'll be playing football there. So a lot of people, extra people. And speaking of extra people, and Drew, I'll shut up in just a second, but Tallahassee, Florida, which has a regular population of about 200,000, just went up. Leon County just went up in population, 80,000 people, because school started Monday. So you have all the students from Florida A&M University, from Tallahassee Community College, and then from FSU, and you got a couple of more community colleges into the area. But FAMU's big there, and Florida State has a large population. So you got another 100,000 people who just came back to Leon County and Tallahassee who are in the area. They did. Brett said last night that there was no school today, I think, and tomorrow. Did he say that?
I believe it.
I
believe that's right. Today and tomorrow, yes, canceled.
Yeah, so school is canceled there. If you know any different, please let us know about that. So the surface ocean temperature is 90. Tell me where where you're speaking of specifically, because we do know we got some high water temperatures that go in, and high water temperatures with depth is the big thing here that concerns us greatly overall. And if you get off my iPad for just a second, and I want to take a look at a few things here, because I think we're also within range now of some of the buoy data. And buoy data. Let's see. So we can follow. So then I'll hold my breath. So we got 42,099. That's one of the buoys there, and it is about where is it compared to the storm? I don't know, but we got 7.5 foot waves there. We've got water temperature again at 85. That's crazy. That's insane. When the water temperature is higher than the air temperature is what's insane. And yesterday I was talking to a couple of meteorologists about that very thing. And so some of these, like 42,097, the buoy, that's 42,097. It is a distance of 74 miles away from the low pressure itself, and we have 17-foot waves. I don't know if you can see that right there. The wave height at the buoy is 17.4, and 2970 is our pressure in inches, which I have to see that in metric because inches means nothing to me. 1,005 millibars, so kind of what we're looking at there. That's 42,097. Let me see if I can get all the specifics of that. You know what I think I can actually get? Hold on a second. This is crazy insane. Oh, this isn't one of those that offers you a photograph. Some of them will give you a picture of what it looks like out there right now.
Jeannie, we'll get back to that in just a minute. Jeannie's asking, did she miss the predicted landfall time when you were showing that graphic a few minutes ago? So, Jeannie, we'll get back to that in just a second.
Yeah, let's look at it again because the times are going to be a little bit different because our forward motion, the speed, the forward motion has picked up here just a little bit. So, arrival times, we're going to start out, first of all, with tropical storm force winds. And the arrival time with tropical storm force winds would be about 2 a.m. That's 2 a.m. tomorrow morning. So by 8 o'clock tonight, we've got some of those winds coming into the Tampa side at the end of western Florida. Some of your higher winds will be in about then. These are 45-mile-per-hour winds or greater. And those 45-mile-per-hour winds would be moving in at 2 a.m. The actual storm itself is expected to make landfall around 7 or 8 a.m., and that could even move up because we got a forward motion now that's established itself and seems to be picking up every time we go to it and we look at it. It seems like it's picking up just a little bit, which gives us a storm surge that's kind of concerning to us again. Tropical storm force winds right here in the swath again of tropical storm force winds. You can see how quickly it degrades as you go back to the west. I mean, if you believe this and you don't believe the her, then you believe that it cuts off almost to negligible when you get to Apalachicola winds there, and they'd be out of the north anyway. The purple area is where we have the 45 mile per hour winds. That's going to be tropical storm force winds. You see they would be greater in several areas there as it comes on shore, but that would even include Tampa and Tampa in that region. Let's see, the hurricane force winds would be like this. It's a much smaller region, but the hurricane force winds would reach all the way up into, again, the eastern side of Appalachia Bay, or just to the west and north of Tampa, the St. Pete area there too. That goes out to 120 hours, so it will be right at the end of basically of the forecast modeling. It'll be further than that northward in the next computer model that goes out. And as far as actual landfall and the time, if you look at the warning cone, that's 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. On Wednesday morning, a major hurricane should be just offshore of really Steinhatchee, Florida, just offshore of Steinhatchee, in between there and Cedar Key and St. Mark's, which is off to the north. Come off of this for just one more second. Let me go to Google Earth, and we'll take a better look at this because we want to get down to specifics now. We want to get down on it and show you. Google Earth looks like this. This is the place that we're talking about here again, northern Gulf of Mexico, and this is Tallahassee right there. That line that goes left to right is I-10 that goes all the way over to Jacksonville. But southward here, this is the Fish Creek, Steinhatchee area, and the forecasted landfall is right here at about Steinhatchee. And this is this is where there's a steam plant up in here. This is a small community. I've been here many times before. I've been here in a boat and gone fishing before during the winter. This is the Steinhatchee River. During the winter, it's a great place to go because they do have a steam plant there that warms the water. All this stuff, this is not a beach. This is all marshland. This is, you can just see here, this is all just marshy kind of stuff, oyster bars that are going on, small vegetation, gators galore. This is it. I mean, look at all that wildlife. This is the Big Bend Wildlife Management Area. And throughout most of this area, there are many wildlife management areas. Here it goes off to the north here a little bit, the Mound Unit there, the Flint Rock Wildlife Management Area is there, St. Mark's, and that does include, this is the St. Mark's Lighthouse that, can you go down to it? I think you can. One of my favorite places as far as a scenic view goes is here. You can't see it just yet, but hold on. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. You know what's not there anymore? The St. Mark's Lighthouse is not there anymore. If somebody out there knows about it, I didn't know they took it down. The St. Mark's Lighthouse used to be right there, big, and it might just be down on its side, and I can't see it very well, but it used to be right there, and I don't know, the building was not there back when I was. I rode out a couple of hurricanes there, or in this parking lot, actually. And then as you go down through here, these are all fresh water. All these little lakes right here, they got some salt water to them, but I've caught freshwater bass here. And then this is an oyster bar. Do you see this, Drew? This is what they do is they come, and the oyster fishermen, they'll take the oyster out and then take the actual oyster itself, and they'll make these little spits, oyster bars through here. That's me in my boat right there as I was leaving that day. I'm kidding. But so super, see, you can see the bottom. This is super shallow. That is not sand. That's oyster crumbles right here that you see. But it's about 3 foot of water. It's worst case. I mean, just worst case scenario should that be our or push the water coming in from the south side. That would be the worst case scenario. But so over here, where did you send it to? Yeah, get off screen for just 1 second. Let me see if I can find it.
Yeah, we're still looking there while he's pulling up that
Tell the
tweet.
tornadoes,
That's tornado warning continues. Still a radar indicated tornado warning at this time. That goes until I'm Central Time. That's 2:45 Eastern Time is the expiration time on that. That's going to be for West Central Collier County, Southwest Florida, for that same feeder band that moved up through Marco Island. Possible tornado dropping there south of the Cape Coral area as it's coming through East Naples. And I'm coming up towards the Bonita Springs area over the next 20 to 30 minutes or so.
All right. So, let's see what else we have here. What am I missing? We're going through a couple of those. So you guys, any questions for me here? There's just been another press conference where from the governor, because there is a state of emergency that is up. Yeah, see if we can find that. Let me, Ben, let me say this. The current forecast is just short of a Cat 4. When it gets to that point, we don't really concentrate on whether or not it's a Cat 4 or Cat 5 because a large Cat 4 and a small Cat 5 are identical. You don't gain. A Cat 4 to me and a Cat 5 are both scary as heck. So, yeah, it sounds a little worse to say it's a Cat 5, but I'd prepare the same for both. I'd prepare the same for a Cat 3. I mean, you'd end up with the same kind of damage and here's the thing too, this is an area that hasn't been hit recently, so there's a lot of weak structure there. There are a lot of structures that have survived over the years because they haven't been hit. And now they're going to be hit with something. They're going to be hit with some high winds, and as a result, you're going to end up probably having a lot more survival of the fittest is what we call it. And the weak stuff's about to come down. And so, first of all, I'd be worried about having electricity if it were me. And I know everybody can't go out and buy a generator, but at least be thinking about losing your electricity. Not at the coast, because we're going to assume you're going to do the smart thing, and no, you can't ride it out at the coast, folks. If you try to, there's going to be loss of life in this area if you try to. And what concerns me greatly at this point, because I do know the area very well, there are a lot of fishermen here, there are a lot of people who have lived here a long time that aren't going to leave. They're going to go, well, the last one that came through didn't hurt me, so this one's not either. And sadly, that's not the case. So I know they're trying. I know this is when it's really smart to know who your sheriff is, or you got to trust somebody. So hopefully that is what's going on there into the area, and we're kind of watching out for everybody here. Again, the warning, this is a marine warning to the north. It goes over to Apalachicola through the area there. We've had a persistent tornado warning down here near Golden Gate. This is where the turn is on the interstate. This is Alligator Alley. The blue line that comes in is Alligator Alley, coming in from the east to the west over to the Golden Gate area. We had water go up here during the hurricane last year. The water went past Naples and went back over land here, but this is, again, that tornado warning that we're talking about. It lasts for 24 more minutes for the central side of Collier County, the western side of Collier County, which I believe is the largest county there in the state. But this is coming in out of Alligator Alley in the Vineyards and moving on to the north and west. It's going to be one in many that'll be making its way across this region as we go through the day today. There will be quite a few of them. If we look at the velocity data here and pull up the radar, it's got to be the Miami radar again, which is pretty far away. You're just not going to see anything yet. I mean, we're shooting so high here with the radar beam that it's not going to be picking up anything just yet. Or if it does, it'll be intermittent when it picks it up. But pretty much what you're looking at there is everything that's moving from the south and to the north and making its way on inland. This is moving right up the shoreline, actually, Drew, and coming into Tampa Bay. Now, we're almost to the Tampa Bay radar site here, actually, that we're looking at as well, and some of those are now beginning to show up here And some of the higher winds are already beginning to show up. Now, these are going to be winds aloft. They're not really down there at the surface just yet, or at least not very well. But if you look at some of these winds down here, we've already got some 50 and 60 mile per hour winds that are above the surface. And these are, concerning. They're not down at the ground just yet. But if you go from the Tampa radar down there, the beam height's up to 7,400, 80 miles away. That's, into the purple haze here pretty soon. But some of that could translate downward as we go through the day.
Yeah, for sure. If anybody's in that area watching, let us know here in chat because, like Dave said, Cape Coral up through the St. Pete, Tampa, and Palm Harbor area. I was in Palm Harbor last year when Ian come in, and you guys thankfully got spared on the northwest side of Tampa. So let us know what you're seeing right now as this first real big feeder band continues to move north towards the highly populated area there around Tampa, St. Pete.
Let's see what else. Right, I'm just gonna say that to Janine. Boo Boo's had some stuff to say. Take the ride. Check in with your Boo Boo. That's a great point. Always check in with your neighbors. Always check in with your neighbors, especially in this kind of a situation. Because again, most of the time your neighbor's afraid to ask for help, and you're afraid that you're going to bother them to ask about them. But everybody's got to get over that and make sure that you check on them. Two great points. Jeannie said that as well, so thank you for that. Travel Jet Setter says, good, thank you, Josh, for that. And let's see, what else have we got? Some more questions. I think we sort of broad brushed everything here because it is a broad brush sort of forecast here at the moment. Let me pull up the satellite just one more time here if I can get it. Satellite data was coming in kind of slow during the early part of the day. The Gulf of Mexico right now, we can show you what that looks like, at least on this part of the visible, the geo, which will give us I want to go back to this morning, actually, 60 hours ago. It still wasn't morning. There's a beautiful sunrise, and to see the storm, check it out right there, and you can see all the definition. Look at so the sun's on the right-hand side, so you've got your shadow on the left-hand side, the shadow that shows up. That means those thunderstorms are really topped out there right into the middle, and you even had a big towering one right there in the middle. I don't know if the actual center of the low was right underneath that at that point. This is called the CDO, the central dense overcast of the storm. When the low gets underneath that is when the symmetry gets a little bit better and everything becomes a little bit more symmetrical and therefore can spin with less friction. And that's what you're looking at pretty much overall. My mic is loud. Let me turn it down. I don't hear it in my ear because I got an echo from yours.
I think you're good, Dave. I just checked. Some people in chat were saying your mic was a little low, but I just pulled you up on the phone and everything sounds perfect to me.
Okay.
So guys, make sure your YouTube volume as you're watching the live stream, make sure you crank that YouTube volume all the way up, because even if your phone is all the way up, you remember, it always gets me, YouTube has that own little volume setting in there. So make sure that's cranked all the way up as well. But yeah, Dave, you sound perfect for me.
Drew, you are so smart. I didn't know about that. I forgot about that.
That kills me. I'll be trying to watch a live stream or a video, and I'll keep pushing my phone volume, and I'm like, why can't I hear this? And you have to touch the screen and make sure your YouTube volume's all the way up. So yeah, I think we're good though.
So I just can't hear him. Okay. Monica says. So Monica says, yep. And then she's got a little. Monica is an angel. She got a little. She means it. I think that I'm just learning emoji. I had an ex-girlfriend who expected me to know emoji, and I didn't learn emoji quick enough, and so that was, I wasn't really sure. Well, there's a couple of them that I didn't know. Audio's not a level on one versus the other. Blah, blah, blah. We do that, and then dude on the bottom is too loud. That's you. You're too loud. I don't know. I got an echo from you, so audio's tough. You sound great to us. Thank you for this. Tama, it's great to see you today. Tama, I think you've been on with us before. I really appreciate you coming back here. Dan is with us now as well. Take the ride, Tama. Take the ride. Do you mind telling us what state you're in? Take the ride. I heard you say something a little bit earlier. Now you're going. Tama Hinckley. That's very kind of you, Tama, to be praying for everybody that's in the path of the hurricane. We all are. Um, I was talking about this last night, Drew. All 40. I've been doing this a long time. Night before severe weather events, I used to have so much trouble sleeping, knowing what I knew and trying to figure out knowing what I thought I know. You never know exactly what's going to happen to the weather, but knowing what I thought I knew and wondering if I had conveyed that on television. I worked at Fox, I worked at the Weather Channel, I worked at Weather Nation, I worked at quite a few different places, but I was a severe weather guy at all those locations. And it used to bother me so much when I went to bed on whether or not I had just jumbled up a bunch of stuff that was in my head and I didn't get it across to the viewer. And then especially after seeing April the 8th of 1998 was really one of the first times I saw the effects of a major tornado coming through Birmingham, Alabama, just to the northwest of Birmingham, Alabama. And my co-anchor at the time, Janet Hall, super respected, one of the kindest people you ever met, but she was a co-anchor there in Birmingham, Alabama with me, and she came over to the key wall and she said at least 7 people are accounted for dead. And the reality of it all hit me then, really. It was the first time I had somebody tell me that people who might be watching had lost their lives. And it sort of hit me at that time. I think the week before I had been at the rodeo dressed as a clown, in one of those barrels, and then it hit me like, oh, wait a minute, this is a whole different job. And so that's always been part of it. And I'm going to talk to Josh about that. Josh, tonight, Josh Claypoe, we're going to have a gentleman on who's super smart. He is a disaster psychologist, so he talks a lot about the effects after you have a disaster of any kind, really, because he's covered the Haiti earthquakes. He's covered all kind of victims. I'm sure he's done something with the fires in Hawaii. And so I can't wait to talk to him tonight. But many of your words out there are, I see concern in your words, so I really appreciate that. We had a gentleman on last night, Jimmy, who was talking about Tampa, and he has family in Tampa, and that last advisory that came in that drew the storm a little bit closer to Tampa, which this one did as well. We watched Jim's face on the feed with us, and all of a sudden I saw concern. I mean, it was like quickly he went from scientist geeking out with us, studying this thing as a scientist to, I got a family, a wife, and he had a pet, and everything changes completely when that happens. So the psychology of it all really changes pretty quickly. But anyway,
Dave, he just asked in my ear if I could hit real quick about our stream plan rest of the day and into tonight.
Let's do this real quick. This just came out. Yep. Let's do this. This is the new Meso discussion. This is 2058 that just came across. This is about a new. It says 40% watch, which means they only need 10 more percent to go ahead and issue a watch. But this is the new Meso discussion that just came out, and they say perhaps while negligible, the risk for tornadoes still appears low in the near term and may not increase until after 8 or 10 o'clock tonight. They say that with 2 tornado warnings currently, I think, down there in Collier County at the moment. But that's what's going to be watching as these feeder bands coming in, and there is your hurricane sitting at about 994, synoptically 994, and just to the west of Key West, Florida. So we're going to have a beat on it. The good thing is we're going to have a beat on it now for the rest of the day on radar. Our radar is going to be able to pick that up, and then we're going to have, it's pretty soon here, I hope, we're going to have some video. We haven't seen any video from our, we got a lot of guys out there, so as soon as we go off the air here in a minute, we'll work on getting their videos up so that we can be more video-oriented here and do that for you. And I'll tell you what we're going to do at this point as far as our programming goes. We are going to try to establish, let's see, it's 1:30 now after the 2. We're going to come back on at 3 o'clock with another live hit at 3 for sure, unless something happens and we need to come on a little bit earlier. I can't think of what that would be, but we're going to come on at 3 o'clock Central Time. That's 4 o'clock your time there in the east in the state of Florida. Eastern time, and then we'll sort of decide then whether or not we're going to do top of the hour. We can't really maintain just being on for the next 40 hours or so, but we do have other information that we're going to be showing you. Drew's been working on this through the day. We will have something up during the entirety of this with information on it. We'll have radar for you, and while we may not be talking over it, we will have plenty of information for you there and give you an update there on when and what we're going to be doing when we come back on live. Again, Brett Adair, one of the strengths of what we've got, because Brett is the eyes and the ears out there of what is happening on the ground. So we'll be getting him shortly. He had a big lineup of things he had to do this afternoon for the networks and whoever else he's working for. So pretty much what it is. So you can do it that way. You do whatever is safest for you.
Sorry, Dave. I was talking to Jarvis. My bad.
Okay. Yeah, so that's pretty much what we're going to do. We're going to promise you that we'll be back here 4 Eastern, 3 Central. We'll be back on here live. And even for right now, when we go away for just a few moments, we're going to leave a radar up of some sort. And do you have anything that can go up right now other than radar, Drew?
Yep, Jarvis has got the loop, I believe, that he can throw up. So we'll see if he can get that loaded up here in a second. But if not, we can show radar until we get that ready.
Yeah, either that or the radar. And
okay.
Your camera?
You want to go to?
You talking to me?
Not sure, Dave.
Okay.
Which one are you talking to, Jarvis? Okay.
Okay.
Gotcha. Okay.
All right, guys. So again, we really, really appreciate it, and you let us know how we can help you out. If you've got a question, I tell you what, if you want to, if you are staying on and you have a question for one of us, please put it in caps. It's the one time you can yell. If you have a legitimate question that you want us to answer, put it in all caps, and we'll answer the question. If it's more of a comment about how you don't like Drew's shirt, we're going to boot you out because we got some serious time. We got some serious mods who are on the board today. And we're going to be with you. And I say that seriously. We're going to be watching this whole event as it goes on through, and hopefully we can help you. And it's always our job to help you and your family stay safe. And so that's what our goal is here. And maybe if it's not you, it's somebody you know that lives down there and you like to know how they're doing and that kind of thing. We'll try to do that as well. So that's Drew, you got anything else you want to add to that?
One last request. Jarvis, thanks for reminding me. If you guys can hit that like button, even after we go off in a few minutes, we're going to keep the live stream going. See how many likes we can get, because again, we don't get anything out of that when you hit that like button on YouTube, but YouTube sees more people liking that video and they may recommend it to other people that will be impacted by the storm. So like I said, if you haven't already, just hit that like button on this live video, and we do appreciate that.
Yep. Monica, love you too. Thank you so much. Monica Kelly's with us. Thank you. She's been loyal and been with us quite often. And again, I'm not going to toot our horn, but just this one time, I've been doing this for 44 years. I've been on television. Drew's been doing this for almost as much for a long time. Drew, I don't know how long you've been a meteorologist, but Brett's been forever as well. And so you're not getting somebody who just, learned a YouTube lesson and then started doing weather. I can't tell you how many we've all been through together. We got Jarvis, who knows a lot about the weather as well. And we're not begging you for money, and we're not certainly making money at the moment. We're doing it out of the love of weather and out of the, the need for some credibility out there. Tonight, again, let me just mention, 8 o'clock tonight, Central, 9 o'clock Eastern time. One of the most credible people you'll ever run across as far as a meteorologist goes. Jim Stefkovich is going to be on with us at 8 o'clock. Josh will be on with us about the same time. It's going to be an incredible conversation that goes on tonight at between 8 and 9 o'clock. Plus, we'll have Brett Adair and some of the other things that we've been talking about as well. So for now, we're going to leave you to whatever Brandon has that he's going to be able to put up here. Are we gonna look dumb here for a little bit first, or has he got something? Are we gonna... Okay. So thank you again. we'll be coming, like an hour and a half. We'll be back on live again, and then we'll set another plan for the rest of the day today. Thank you so much, everybody, and we'll talk to you again soon. Are we up live now? We're like live now without an open. He didn't run our open because I can't talk. I can't really get in the mood without the open. Oh, he ran the open. We just didn't know it. All right, everybody. Thank you for joining us again. We promised to be up here live again at 3 o'clock this afternoon, and here we are. And we are in full HD. We're at 26K video right now, broadcasting to you at 384. We're running 384 degrees all the way around. If you take a look, and you can look 384 degrees wherever you want to, and we are in the picture here. Drew is all the way out to 400 degrees for some reason, but I think that's just where he grew up. So anyway, we are with you talking about the storm. Some of the latest on the storm as of 2 o'clock this afternoon. Idalia is still out there. It's well to the west of Key West in Florida. What is this? This is a new, so we did get a little bit of a related meso discussion here about the hurricane, and I show you right now, you're looking at the radar imagery there where it is offshore. There's no change to the placement or to where the track is at this point, not from earlier in the day today. There are a few other details that we'll be looking at here shortly, though, but as far as the track, this is what we're looking at, it moving northward and up through the eastern side of Appalachia Bay, making landfall most likely somewhere in between St. Mark's, the St. Mark's River, and the Osceola River, all the way down to the south towards Cedar Key. That is the window. The red area is the window of probability. And right now, the middle of the window is where the highest likelihood is, and that's going to be south and west of Cross City, Florida. And that is expected to be so early tomorrow morning around 8 a.m. to have landfall at that point. Although the effects will start to happen during the overnight hours tonight. Already the effects are showing up on the western coastline of the state of Florida. We've had a couple of tornado warnings already down to the south into the western side of Collier County, down there near Alligator Alley, coming up to Cape Coral and beyond. Some of the heavier thunderstorms at the moment that we've been looking up and down the line there. But our timing now is a major hurricane winds up to 125 are likely coming on shore early tomorrow morning near 8 a.m. And then moving across the northern Florida panhandle, somewhere near Gainesville, Lake City, at about noontime tomorrow. And then going on to the further to the north and east across the southern sections of the state of Georgia, Duval County. You're not out of it. That's over to Jacksonville and running up and along I-95 and east to west across the western side of the rest of the area there, too. We're looking at most likely I-10 being of great effect there on I-10 specifically, and I-75 going up and down the line there, too. Some of the heavier showers and the thunderstorms that we're talking about that'll be moving through the area. The possibility of a lot of stuff going on there. We do have the possibility of tornadoes. We have flash flood concerns that'll be going on about the same time, as well as just some general high winds that could be taking place in all of those areas, too, as we move through and into that time period also. This is some of the reason, the risk that we're looking at is some of the reason for the slight risk is because that'll be a feeder band area there on the right-hand side, and where some of the shower and thunderstorm chances will be at their greatest coming in around that side of the thing. Now, we have a special that just came out not that long ago. This is from Severe Storms, and this is an MD. This is what we call a meso discussion. This is valid until 5:45, and I think you can go to this and see there's your hurricane down to the south there, just off to the east on the western side of the Florida Peninsula. You run into a risk for tornadoes. It appears low into the near term, but may pick up sometime after 8, 9, 10 o'clock tonight, Eastern Daylight Time, which is the Eastern time zone there into the state of Florida. That's Lake Okeechobee off to the east. And then you got Tampa Bay, specifically you folks who live up and around Tampa Bay here into Pinellas County, got to be on the watch out. And Drew joins me now. Drew is in he's scouting the color red for today. It was blue yesterday, but we're looking at red for today. And Drew, let's talk about this. The changes, I guess, if any, 24 hours ago we were talking about some of the changes that were occurring were going to be what could have been a westward turn that doesn't play today like it did in several of the models last night. I think we're back to the original where we originally had the motion going a little bit to the east of north. Mm-hmm. And the center is super important here in this case because just off to the west is not a non-event, but exponentially less of an event because a north wind is much different than having a south wind down here.
Exactly. And, like you said, changes from yesterday. I'm very happy to say that this thing continues to stay on course. You can see the eye there, dead center of the NHC track. And I don't think we're going to see a lot more changes in the projection because all those spaghetti plots you can see I've got overlaid there, they're pretty much dead set, unfortunately, on a bad spot for this to come inland. But right there around Horseshoe Beach and north of Cedar Key and coming right across the Perry and Mayo, Florida, as you get just a little bit inland there. Pretty major impacts from the storm as we get late tonight, but more during the day, early morning throughout the day tomorrow.
Yeah, and as we look at it too, we're also looking at the fact that could it be worse? Oh yeah, it could be much worse. And I guess there's a couple of scenarios here where you look at it, and you don't wish it on anybody, but we certainly don't wish the worst of the weather to come in the higher population areas like a Tampa Bay or like on the Gulf Coast, right there in some of the cities in the Panhandle. If it's got to come in, that might be one of the areas that would be a better place. I can't even hardly make my mouth say that, but it might be one of those areas where at least we're talking about less of a population. We're talking about an area though that, and I got to find this. In fact, let me go to this while we're still looking at this. The Tallahassee wording was, somewhat. Rob Ricks, a friend of mine I went to school with at Florida State University, wrote one of the most profound weather discussions before Katrina took place. And actually, before it actually hit, he was somewhat, punched at a little bit. He was out of the New Orleans office, Slidell office there, and he wrote catastrophic wording for the first time in a National Weather Service discussion because Rob grew up there. And he knew what was about to show up, and those were his people out there that he was speaking for. Well, the National Weather Service out of Tallahassee has also taken this very, very seriously. They have issued some wording here. Let me just get to it here quickly. I don't know if it was only on Twitter, but I think it's probably on their webpage too. And it says this. Basically, an unprecedented event is about to show up here. From Tallahassee, an unprecedented event is unfolding. If you want to know how many major hurricanes have ever entered Appalachia Bay, the answer is zip, zilch, zero, nada. And I sort of talked about this yesterday, Drew, because I spent a lot of time down there. I went to school down there. I fished. I worked down there as a guide, a fishing guide for a while down there, and I spent a lot of time, and I don't recall. We had a Hurricane Kate in Atlanta that came through that were very prolific storms, but didn't make this kind of an entrance into Appalachia Bay. So many unknowns because of that, and a lot of what we're thinking actually is speculation. It's just pure speculation.
Yeah. Because, think of Irma. Irma impacted this area, but it did not directly come ashore here. And then Michael affected this area as well. But again, that was well to the west. So, what you're saying there, I think people that live down in this area, hopefully they are heeding the warnings because they've been impacted many, many, many times by hurricanes, but never one like this. So we just don't know how bad it may end up being.
And part of the reason is because of the direction that it comes in. We've seen several storms of the past that actually have come into the area. Lena was one of those that came into the area, went back to the left, came back to the right, produced a south wind for 2 or 3 hours, 4 at the most. This could be a situation where overnight tonight we have a south wind, a fetch coming in from the south. It pushes a wall of water onshore into some very shallow depths, which means you have less volume, less area for this volume of water to go into, which means the only place it can go is up and in. It's not going to be able to travel very well to either side. So looks like it's going to be, one of those situations there where everything is at play here to produce some of the highest storm surge known to this region. I've been there a couple of times when the water was several miles inland almost up to Highway 90 there a few times, and there was always some talk, Drew, in school of, two case studies really. One was about New Orleans. What would happen because New Orleans is 3 feet below sea level? What would happen if one went to the left of New Orleans? The other one was we lived in Tallahassee, so the students, the FSU students, would say, what happened if we had one to the left of Tallahassee that came in and had a storm surge here? So this is kind of unfolding here. It's unprecedented. It's territory that really has never actually happened before. And here's the thing I want to talk to you about that we're going to be doing here on our channel over the next 48 hours is that there is no larger cataloging of weather video, live video out there from streamers than LSM. There is, we're going to be pulling during the next 24 hours. We're just getting everybody set up right now. We're going to be pulling. In fact, we got Brad Arnold right now who is on the road, and he is, you see his video there. Brad is a guy that always is Johnny on the spot. The video that we'll really be concentrating on is during the day tomorrow, not really today. It'll get dark today, and we probably won't have anything visually to show you except for driving down the roadway. Tomorrow's the day, and again, it'll start out early tomorrow morning at sunrise and go till sunset. The videos will, and we've got more live videos to show you during the day tomorrow than as far as coverage goes than anybody else that's out there. We got more people who are here to readily talk about it, who have been through them. It's kind of like the thing that we always say is, if you got a problem with you need to see a doctor. The doctor went to school for it, and if you need to see a doctor, you see a doctor. You don't get a YouTube specialist to help you out. If you ain't been in one, you ain't seen one, you haven't seen the aftermath of one, you haven't talked to somebody who's been in one, you haven't hugged the neck of a person who's been affected by one, then you maybe shouldn't be talking about it. So we got experts here who are going to be on with you during the day, the night tonight, the day tomorrow, and beyond. And so we're checking in. This is a short check-in right here, and just want to make sure that we keep you up to date on what is going on, and we can help you beyond this point. I mean, we have talked, Drew, about what's going to happen at the coast. We haven't really concentrated on what happens when we get to some populated areas, like a Lake City, like a coming into South Georgia. This is the other area that we'll be talking about, coming into South Georgia there. So we got, there's going to be tropical storm warnings as far to the north. I think there already are tropical storm warnings up there, but we got hurricane warnings that go well inland over to Valdosta and eastward to Savannah and beyond. Those are the warnings that we currently have that are out there. Storm surge warnings, Apalachicola over to Cross City and down. Keaton Beach is included. I know Brett was there just a little while ago. And speaking of storm surge, you might want to talk about that. Brett's putting those out even as we speak.
For sure, yes. We have remote surge cameras, and we already have one online. We'll be getting all that video fed into where we'll be able to show you maybe later today. Of course, it's going to be going down on the sunset. We're not going to be able to see storm surge during the daylight hours today, but we'll probably see a lot of water coming in at daybreak tomorrow. So, we've got a lot of surge packs that Brett and the crew is out deploying right now. So as those continue to come online, you will see those here on the channel. Like I said, probably later tonight as a preview and all during the day tomorrow.
Yep. So we're going to be doing all of those as well. And tonight at 8 o'clock is our big show. We're going to do a huge wrap tonight at 8 o'clock. We got special guests coming up tonight at 8 o'clock. Very proud to have on Jim Stefkovich, who is the meteorologist for the state of Alabama, longtime MIC meteorologist in charge from the National Weather Service in Birmingham and the southern region. Jim is a wealth of knowledge, great friend of ours. And he's going to be on with us tonight, coming up at 8 o'clock Central Time, 9 o'clock into the East. So we hope that you'll join us for that. And we also, I believe we're still going to have, let me make sure that he's coming. We've got Josh. I think he's going to be with us here. I'll wait until I get confirmation from Josh, but I think he's going to be on with us as well. Well-renowned disaster psychologist who does events like this, and he's going to be helping us out in this situation too, to talk about the ramifications of it all and Let's see, 8:45, 7:45. Yes. He's going to be on with us at 7:45. We don't come on till 8.
And Lizzie, just saw your question. Thank you
Yeah.
for that there in chat. What is the predicted surge and how far inland will its effects be seen? The maximum surge forecast, and I'm going to let Dave take the second part of that question because I don't know how far inland it's going to go. But the maximum official surge forecast right now, right of where this thing comes on land, 10 to 15 foot above ground storm surge levels possible. Dave, any idea how far inland that may go? Because you're familiar with that area.
No, we don't
Yeah,
have any
we
idea.
don't know.
It's
We don't
never.
know.
It's unprecedented. That's what the
Yep.
Tallahassee folks were talking about. We really don't know how much, how much water can be fed up there. We think it could be unprecedented, and it's because we don't have. The water is super shallow there. And so we don't know how much. I guarantee you at FSU right now they're running models because it's a huge oceanography department there too. They're running models to try to figure that out, and they might have some word later on this evening about that. And I just thought of a guy that I probably need to call because I guarantee you they're putting a model together to find out how much could possibly make it up and how far. The talk was, can it make it to Tallahassee? That's Leon County, Florida. And so I don't know. And so we hold our breath on that. And I'm not going to tell you something that I don't know. This is just one I'll tell you. I don't know. So anyway, that's kind of what we're doing there. And I'm sorry, I'm getting a text message. That's pretty much where we are. The track hasn't changed. When is it? We get another update in
Full update. Yeah, 45 minutes.
45 minutes. And we'll get that on the air. I don't know that we'd be on live for that, but we'll get that information to you in a graphic of some sort. And we're trying to gather some more information too, but we got to give everybody a break because it's about to be a long 24 hours. And so other than that, if you'll write down your questions, we'll get to them tonight at 8 o'clock is our big show. Hours. Won't be an hour. It'll be hours tonight starting at 8 o'clock Central Time, 9 o'clock into the East. So, Drew, if you have anything else you want to point out, I don't think we have any warnings at this moment. We do have some feeder bands coming on shore. We had tornado warnings earlier in the day today down into the south side of Collier County, moving up to Marco Island, but I don't see any anywhere else at the moment. We even got thunderstorms now that are part of the features of the hurricane that is far north as Montgomery, Alabama, and Albany, Georgia. So already coming a long way in.
That's right. Yep. And it will get worse, of course, later tonight and into tomorrow, guys. Yeah, I don't have anything else, Dave. Again, appreciate you guys hanging out with us this afternoon, doing these updates. And I think we're going to be going back to our behind-the-scenes forecast feed that we had there on a few minutes ago.
Yep. Thank you again. We'll talk to you in just a little bit.
We appreciate you being with us throughout the day on LSM TV. Join our new live stream tonight at 9/8 Central for continued live coverage of Category 2 Hurricane Idalia.